Okay, hello. How's everybody doing? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Good to see everybody. Chris, Pup T, anyone else who might be lurking about. Howdy, howdy, howdy. It's a me, and that's my alarm to start streaming. It's amazing. Streamer is on time. Truly, it's done one thing right so far today. How you doing, Dr. Seven? Um, I don't know how I managed it, but in the last month, I have managed to put 300 hours into Remnant 2 and 200 hours into Baldur's Gate 3. I have not gone outside. It's been it's been a month to be a gamer. But here we are. I kind of came to this conclusion when, well, I don't sleep. Yes. Hey bad guy, how are you? I don't sleep. And also I was just taking some trash out and I was like, it's almost September. Just the summer is gone. I'm kind of okay with it though. Fall is objectively the best season. You either like fall or you're wrong. Yes, I'm trying to start a fight. How you doing, loading screen? Takes trash out, sees the sun for first time in a month. I've been taking the trash out every day, but I haven't been taking the trash out every day. I need to do that. Morning, Jester. How are you? Yeah, Jay Bridge. It's almost September, and that time did some weird shit. But here we are. It's okay. September, we got Cyberpunk, Phantom Liberty, which is gonna be the next thing I sink entirely too much time into. While still juggling Baldur's Gate and Remnant, probably. Because I imagine Remnant will get, like, patches and maybe DLC news over the next couple months. September 2020 approaches. It's still. I don't think it's March 2020 anymore. I think it's more like May 2020. How do we feel about this? Can we amend it from the permanent March into now we're in May? It feels like it's been maybe a couple months. Maybe by 2030 it'll feel like 2021. You're in 2021? Ah. See, I said urine. I'm mature. As in urine. You know, like piss? Like pee pee? It's very funny. Quag Bob? Yes. Haven't caught stream in a while. If you tried the no aggression run you were talking about, not as of yet, and I don't know if I will loading screen because the way that's gonna have to work is I'm basically gonna need 0 bosses in the entire playthrough to roll empathy. Either that or it becomes I have to perfect dodge every attack and hope they don't have regenerator. So it's like, The reason why empathy is a problem is because for Tormented Heart, I need to spam Relic. If they have empathy, then they heal. For um for both handler and summoner pet stuff and engineer pet stuff, all 3 pet classes, you need to use your relic to keep the pets active. For a handler and summoner, it's to heal them, and then for Engie, it's to refill the ammo. So for all of that, if you can't use relic, then it becomes okay, you're swapping weapons for toxic release valve every 3 seconds, and you are perfect dodging for feedback loop, and that's all the damage you're doing. And like while that could potentially kill some bosses, I don't believe in me. Get PP. He did. He did. What is this guy gonna think of next? Um. So there's a ring that I want to try out because good old Ratour doing curse testing as per usual. Um. Found that the ring you get from hardcore, which I don't remember the name, the one that's extra damage per status applied to the target. That one is a full multiplier with everything else. Which means it's like the biggest damage boost in the game. So, like, yeah. We're gonna use that. By biggest, I mean biggest individual in a vacuum. With the assumption that you have other damage categories have some amount of presence outside of that vacuum. See, I can't even allow myself to say best for clickbait. I can't do it. I'm in the wrong field. What is the name of this thing? The Aisha one starts with A and has a blue thing. Thank you, Shabi. You are a legend. Starts with A. Did I favorite it? Aha, there it is. Thank you, Shabi. I would have been there for a couple minutes. I was about to tab over to the spreadsheet and control F as I do whenever I need to find an item in this game. So this means naturally we're going to be doing some dot stuff. Whetstone would be better for the upfront gun stuff, but I want to try and get value out of dots if we can. I'm just trying to figure out the most appropriate way of doing so, because we're gonna want to get as many different statuses to be present as possible for this. The destroyer is not fantastic here, but we'll just see what happens. So, like, which long guns apply their own status? See, you don't need an in-game search. Yeah, just have a Twitch chat. It's that easy. Hey, Higgy Brit, how you doing? Like, Merciless would give me bleed access. Aphelion would give me burn access. That's it. And that's not really good enough. I am gonna want probably something with an open mod slot so I can put rounds. I did want to do crossbow stuff. Is this where I do crossbow stuff? Surely no. But maybe. Probably no. But what if? No. Unless. But maybe. Or sure, I mean, I could just do Royal Bow. Royal Bow with bleed and, overflow. Yes, I know that's not going to be as good as Crescent Moon. I'm aware, it's Crescent Moon. Over here. I guess we can just... I could Enigma here instead of Overflow run Hotshot. Song would be fair because I think it's 2 statuses, song plus slow. I'm worried about uptime. And like that itself isn't gonna be providing a damage increase on top of that, you know? I don't hate the idea though. Like there's a bunch of ways we can go mod slot wise here. Like we could go Fargazer for Madness, that's a status. We could absolutely do slow, which kind of brings Spore Bloom back into the conversation. Although that's a short duration slow and it's hard to apply without unaliving myself. Recharge while it's on. I'm aware. Just I'm gonna need some amount of mod gen to do that. Whereas with these other mods, I can just get away with not having mod gen. We're trying to be super low effort. Like you don't need any mod gen to have perma Spore Bloom out. For the others, unless I'm like shooting a free boss weak spot, I kind of doubt that I'll have the best uptime. But we'll see. We'll see. Can Enigma twisting wounds? That seems stupid. I'm gonna assume that it can't. I have Time Wave here. Like, I'm a big fan of Bandit Enigma, but Time Wave makes a lot of sense. Does minus 10 crit chance? Yeah, you can get crit chance elsewhere. Just being Challenger Alchemists means, or Challenger Medic, excuse me, is 15% crit chance at point blank. And then I'd be running over here. Not this stuff. Maybe I run ammo reserves. Because, like, if I can run twisting over here. I really wish you could make target dummies bleed. Because I'm gonna have to field test this, and it's not gonna be clean. So, shock, corrosive, bleed. I don't have a way of doing fire right now. I'm gonna need a way of doing fire, especially if I'm gonna want to benefit from Singe Ring. That's the problem here. Maybe I just don't have fire. Smolder apply fire? Yeah, it does. I just don't see myself successfully doing that, you know? There's some degree of choice making around realism here. Gas giant for corrosion, maybe? Like, again, that would work, but how fluidly are you going to be able to integrate those? Like, if anything, I would drop Enigma for something else and then run Krellax to get overload that way. And then I could run, like, Hellfire. But I think passing up on fire makes... I mean, and again, so, like, Singed Ring is also a multiplier. And it's not additive with Ahanai Crystal. So that's a pretty big combination I don't want to be missing out on. Switch off medic here. Do I want to be Hunter or Gunslinger for this? Gunslinger is 5% ranged crit. Hunter is rather. Yeah, so is Gunslinger. This one's fire rate, less range damage, more fire rate. Easier ammo sustain, better reload speed. Better relic perk. Better skill. Always play Gunslinger Challenger. It's just too fun a combo. How am I gonna get fire here? I mean, I could go Hot Shot Scattergun, I guess. Hot Shot Coach Gun. Maybe we do Hot Shot Coach Gun, actually. I haven't used Coach Gun in a minute. I'm not doing Bandit. I go like twisting there. I go back to running Nebula over here. But like Enigma still makes some amount of sense. Coach Gun plus Extender though. Does the rounding work that way? Yeah, that's surprising. Huh. Today I learned. Yeah, so then we'll go twisting here. So, why does it need only a level 3 to get third round? Okay. Yeah, that's strange, but I'm not gonna argue. So the thing is, with me running a weapon that has fewer instances of damage, I don't think Devoured Loop is gonna get as much mileage. So I think I do switch off of that. The question is, which direction do I go? Maybe I need some reload speed there. I could just go Stone of Continuance, but... I could go Bright Steel and then stay in Heavy Armor. Don't really love that idea. How's the spread, first of all? This thing kicks a bit. Much better. Probably don't need Guardian Duel here. Hey JS, how you doing? Good to see ya. Okay. Probably don't need spread here either, to be honest. I won't get that spicy yet. Let's get an appropriate gear though. Not Bandit, I want Bruiser. Oh yeah, Challenger weight, right. I can be heavier. Oh. Lotto Field Medic. Yeah. Finished my first playthrough this last weekend. What were your final thoughts? I'm always curious to hear how people feel about this game, like right after they finish it fresh. The story, at least. I kind of dislike the terminology of, hey, I finished game. It's like, no, I beat the story. I prefer, you know, because it's one of those games where so much of the mileage is after that. It's something I've found myself thinking about. So reload speed makes a lot of sense here, although I don't know how much I'll need it if I have good bullet storm uptime. Am I gonna get good bullet storm uptime though? I think maybe I just go very hard on damage here. I could go Malevolence or just Irma Hotshot. I feel like I have the slot. I want some crit chance. Because without corrosive rounds, I need this to be ranged crit chance. It's a yellow one, right? There's a red one. You think this is frustrating? Just wait until I start hitting Q and E to turn my camera in combat again. Multi-game brain rot. That looks very comfy. Where is he right now? Oh yeah, hi Kevin. He's just doing Kevin things. Immediately felt the accomplishment, felt excited to go back and get all the secret things. Yeah, yeah. I can definitely relate to that. Lockout Ring is just really good. Basically always 18% reload speed as long as you hit. Hard to justify not running. Twitch gun is not huge pellet count, so I don't think it's going to be as favorable for Xanias, even though it is inherently more precise. I mean, Akari Warband actually probably goes pretty hard here. I just need to remember to perfect dodge occasionally. Fuck it, we do it. Okay. Long shot makes the most sense, but we're gonna just not do that because that's too intelligent, and I want to make things more difficult for myself innately. Amplitude will only benefit toxic release, but doing it anyway. I like Glutton here. Always go the one siphoner. Vigor. Fortify. Okay, let's try this out. What is this build? I'm messing around with... I want to get some value out of this ring. Because it's very good damage formula-wise. So we're trying to force that and Singe String together. I haven't used Coach Gun in a while, so we're just going to use it for the sake of using it. Basically, the idea is we get Erosion and Fire and Overload and Bleed on a target, and that's 20% overall damage mult. Now we could go farther. We could have slow on as well. Means like maybe which one is that? What does that? Misfortune. Could be worth. Like it's a 2-second slow. We try it anyway. Why not, right? So in other news, I've been using entirely too much of my brain power for weird multi-class combos in Baldur's Gate 3. You can do some, like, basically, you go up to level 12 in the game. Level cap is 12. But you can multi-class. Like, there's even an achievement for multi-classing into one level of every class without ever respecking. So you have to play through, and every time you level up, you just take a different class. So you just have 12 very weak classes. I gotta do a playthrough like that. But there's some funny combos for just getting absurd levels of power. Like optimal monk for damage is only 6 levels of monk. Then you also take 2 levels of druid, 3 levels of rogue, and then the others are kind of debatable. I'm messing around with an archer, where it's currently the plan is 5 levels of ranger, 4 levels of rogue, and then probably 2 levels of fighter, maybe 3. Add that up, yeah, it'd be 3 levels of fighter. Because then I get the subclass. But like, I also thought about going 2 levels of druid, because then you just get some consistent damage as long as you have a wild shape available. Yeah, so druid for archer. Druid's already optimal for monk. Monk 6, 1 sword. For the a higher base AC, Chris? Higher base AC plus jump spell. Yeah, it checks out. About to start the Stealth Archer multi-class for Thief Utility. Yeah, so a fun little thing about BG3 is every class is made better by taking 3 levels in Rogue so you can be a Thief. That's just how the game works. Only exception would be like Warlock, but like Warlock is broken, so we don't need to talk about that.
We will end them.
Something interesting I've seen is there's like one of the popular Warlock subclasses didn't make it into the game, Hexblade, which is popular for being like a sort of spell sword kind of vibe. But like you can already just do that in the game. Warlock fighter and broken. It's really, really good. Warlock Ranger is probably even better at it, to be honest. BG3 is weird because Ranger and Monk don't suck. Like, Ranger and Monk are actually cracked, which is not the case in tabletop. Don't get me wrong, Monk in tabletop is very good until the second combat where you're out of key points. Mega Mutator gives extra shot. I forget where Extender is from. I think it's a Yeisha one. How are you, Tread Time?
That's it, huh?
Yeah, tabletop Ranger is just like fighter but bad. That's also bad at being a druid. And then Monk is just no sustain. But in BG3, it's kind of crazy. It's a fun build crafty game. I'm surprised because that's definitely not like an area of focus, but it's something the game does well. You know me and sitting there staring at a character screen rather than playing a video game. Yeah, making Enigma apply bleed is funny.
Death comes for you, outsider.
Weekend started today, so I'm doing great. Weekend starting on Monday is definitely a vibe.
All right, come and get some.
Oh, jeez.
Here we go.
That was an amount of damage.
Get them. This pain.
The funny thing about this is I kind of need Akari Warband active to be critting consistently at all. A little bit scuffed. Wondering if going corrosive rounds and then doing something else instead of toxic release valve is gonna give me more value overall. Like maybe I go back to Void Idol. It's just so hard to justify giving up. Maybe Nightweaver's Grudge. That's 20% crit chance and haste, as long as I'm close. And it's not even really like close, like in the same zip code. I could maybe try and see if resonance increases the range of that. That'd be funny. That's, that damage is a little silly for an Enigma in single target. I'm gonna be honest. I'm interested. So, like, if I went corrosive rounds, because that's more crit chance, right? And I could go here. So that's a net gain of 35% crit chance. Meaning I wouldn't really need to do Akari Warband. Like, what do I do instead? More damage is always a attractive prospect. Stockpile charger is really interesting. Like, that's a big percentage. And I wonder if that triggers from ammo boxes. Testing.
I can't carry any more of that.
No. It would have to be the excess.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, it has to be the excess ammo. Okay. That's still not terrible. But it is slightly less interesting. Good gambler here. Am I really even clicking a weak spot? No, not really. Let's redo trait points. Because I don't think I need amplitude. I'd really like to have max glutton, because the faster relic use is quite comfy. But we'll opt out for now. I want to do long shot handling, focus on the gun. Gives me 7 points to mess around with. Basically barkskin or glutton here. How much value do I get out of 7 here? 21%. Percent DR here. It's my actual DR. I wanted to break 50. I needed to put other point. Whoops. Whatever. That's fine. The idea behind 50% DR as a breakpoint is that attacks that are tuned to do 75% would then be a lot less threatening over time. Elemental resist. Love it. Issue.
You'll be dead soon.
Yeah, I deserve that. What ended up settling for in the ring slot? Doing gambler. I don't think I need gambler. I think I want to be able to weak spot. Um, do we just go timekeepers so I can afford to swap less? I'm very squishy. This. Apoc. There we go. Actually hilarious how much my damage goes up when I don't use my rounds. Not me playing like the shotgun has spread. Suffering from success.
You'll be dead soon. Stop there.
Vaccinated Gwendol.
That's my aim.
Exciter Coach Gun is a funny meme. I think I still prefer Bandit Spore Bloom, but maybe I'm basic. I think I'm basic. I could also do Bandit Scatter, though. Or Bandit Bulldog. Does Repulsor's status count towards, like, figuring out the way the game defines status is tricky. Seems to be a case-by-case thing to some degree. Like, does Repulsor's status count as one? Because if so, that's kind of big, because it already is a damage debuff. I guess thanks for testing on my part, but I don't wanna.
I see the intruder. I'll give my life to stop you, outsider. Over there. Stop 'em.
I think accuracy Spore Bloom has completely ruined how I feel about the Coach Gun. Oh no. Every second I'm with the Coach Gun, I'm just thinking about her.
You can kill me, but you can't kill us all.
Those are things I really want to know at this point. Regarding the repulsor thing, I guess I can. Alright, the relic you're using, is it worth it? I'd say so. It's very annoying to get the RNG necessary. I definitely struggled as well. But like, it's so nice to have if you're anything like me. I am capable of dodging, but I often don't pay enough attention to, but I like playing in a way where I'm just tanky enough that I don't get super punished by things like that. So like, if you're taking hits occasionally, but still infrequently, having that passive healing in between is so nice. And you just don't need to actively use your relic.
Shit. What was that?
That sounds like you. I think it's worth your time.
Stop them before they get away.
If you're playing, like, super light armor at all times, it's probably not worth it, because then you're just not going to get hit anyway. It's awesome it's a process, though. Yeah, Direwolf. It's definitely a process. Funny enough, when I went back to get the Tormented Heart again, it was, like, the first reset. But getting Tormented Heart the first time was not fun.
They're coming at me.
Someone should look for her.
Two outsiders!
Only thing I need them to add is loadout, so I can build freely. Yeah, loadouts would be so nice. Especially with how some boss modifiers just force a respec. Like, for example, Ellie Resist here on a boss that wasn't as easy as Gwendol, I would be forced to change some stuff around. If you're doing a Tormented Heart build and you get Empathy, you have to change builds. Stuff like that. So, like, having a loadout option for those occasions would stop me from just not wanting to play those builds. How you doing, Viper? Good to see you. Oh. Imagine reloading your guns. Timekeeper's Jewel works on this slow. That's interesting. I need to get it in my head that status effect does not mean damage over time.
No.
Doing one meth thing right now, one awful thing. Meth thing, trying to get Tranquil Heart. Awful thing, leveling Handler. Thank you for censoring that. Thank you for censoring that, pardon the pun, dog shit class. Technically, it is literally a dog shit class. Rotor made a build video doing some Beastmaster stuff, and has a pinned comment saying, Handler is not optimal for this. I'm just doing it to do it. Even for a pet build, Handler isn't optimal. And Grudge, you have to do it all again. Yeah, Nightweaver's Grudge was pain, but worth it. Teleporter, huh? That's so toxic. Teleporter, Skullcracker. I want my Spore Bloom. Other than that, went in and got a lot of camping stuff on sale today, so ready for next year. Very nice. Save 500 quid, which is nice. That's always a pleasant amount of savings. How you? Me good. Me good. We're testing around with, you know, fresh multipliers in the damage formula. Excuse me, allergies. So just doing the usual of crowbarring it onto things that probably shouldn't bother crowbarring it onto. Business as usual. Let's see. Thank you, JS. Also, if you ever get around to Baldur's Gate 3, Viper, Friz and I have been doing cursed build stuff over there, too. It's been very enjoyable. There are options for applying statuses from here. As was mentioned, Gas Giant is an option. It's just the brass balls it's gonna require to actually do Gas Giant. Fuck it. We ball. Look, I almost need Steadfast here so I can ever get that attack off. I mean, Resentment would give me the stagger level, but Steadfast gives me the DR. There's spread on my Spore Bloom. Sorry, I just got disgusted. It's better. Cracks. Be honest with myself and just admit I'll never play BG3 unless I'm in a super life-changing circumstance. That's valid. It is one of those games where if it's not your genre, it's probably just not your genre. That's okay. Too much of time I played for that many hours suddenly filled my calendar. Understandable. God, thank you for the Prime for the 34 months. That's a lot of time. Thank you, sir. Don, maybe you can convince me to stop slapping 3 levels of rogue onto every multi-class I do in that game.
Is it over?
If being turn-based puts me off. Yeah, for some people that's a deal breaker. I understand. Oh yeah, I don't have reload speed. Like, kind of relevant. I need Nightweavers if I want an Enigma to crit. Alright, it's your time, Scattergun. Prove to me that you deserve this chance. You convinced me to play 5e with a non-warlock. Maybe I convince you to play a non-rogue. Just play sneak attack warlock. Actually, latest character's built. Yeah, the fact that you can sneak attack with Eldritch Blast is insane. You can sneak attack fucking fall damage. Like I had my barbarian, who of course is also a rogue, throw something at someone and it hit them, and I got sneak attack. Like through an explosive barrel, hit someone, sneak attack. They fell backwards off of a ladder, hit the ground, sneak attack. I mean, I guess it makes sense, like, you would be surprised by falling, but too much Paladin, Warlock, Rogue bullshittery going on. So, like, let's talk about Paladin. Why does it suck? Why does Paladin in BG3 just actively suck? It's so disappointing. Paladin in that game has the problem that Monk has in Tabletop, where you're awesome for one combat, then you suck. Discussing in 5e normally, yeah, but like in BG3, it's like in BG3, Ranger and Monk are great, but in Tabletop, and Paladin sucks. But then in Tabletop, the reverse. It's very weird. 5e is awful balancing. Yeah, I've seen a lot of discourse over the sad state of martial classes versus caster and all that. You know.
Take care of...
The attack fall damage, just like, oh, I'm falling, this is fine. Oh shit, the floor falling doesn't hurt you, the ground suddenly appearing does. Yeah, yeah. Like, it gets weirder if your weapon... So, like, sneak attack will do extra dice of the element of what hit it. So, like, my party's rogue right now, or I should specify which one. My party's archer right now um has a force damage crossbow. So like sneak attack is force damage, which is crazy. Force damage is like the least resisted damage type. So yeah, just having an extra 2d6 plus 10 force damage on every shot is kind of crazy. Latest flavor of the month seems to be people riding, since casters are being reined in. Sounds about right. You talk saves and how they're sad for set spells. People need to know. Oh yeah, so floor-based effects in VG3, saving throws don't go up with your spellcaster proficiency. So like web is DC 12 and it will always be DC 12 even if you had say 30 intelligence, it would be DC 12. Which kind of makes it useless on tactician after like level 3. But becomes sneezed after a certain point, yeah. Swashbuckler Rogue 9, Hexblade Warlock 8. Based on Gina Linetti, because I know it's charisma.
Out of
Nice.
room. No room for that.
Ow.
Kill the interloper!
Yeah, I've seen people who are like upset that Hexblade isn't in BG3, but like they don't seem to have realized that it's just been baked into base Warlock. You just take Pact of the Blade, and not only are you a better martial than half the marshals, but you're a better caster than all of the casters. Wrong the Rude. Aw. First loaded up R2, I had to choose between medic and handler. I think I chose wisely. I think you did too. Farak, how you doing? We've been nerding out about BG3. I am almost at 200 hours in, and I've discovered I have an addiction to putting 3 levels of rogue on everything. I can't be reformed. I'm beyond saving. Back from Gamescom is fantastic. Yeah, I saw some of the pictures you posted. It looks like a lot of fun. Can't play BG3. GPU said don't you dare. It's very much killing mine. My GPU has never been louder than it is after a couple hours of BG3. But like, I don't care. me being greedy. Stop punishing me. Stop punishing me for my choices. Never punished. The big giveaways, everyone hated me for having first world problem of not knowing how to squeeze it in there.
It's over.
150 hours in, no PG3 on delegation. People said, and leaving to Seattle in 2 days, so no gamer time. Oh, you'll find the time. It'll worm its way back into your skin. Under 65 hours myself. It's definitely one of those here, let me take over your life games. Yeah, I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. Somehow in the last month, I've managed to log 300 hours of Remnant 2 and 200 hours of BG3. And, like, the only conclusion is I haven't been sleeping or going outside. Just August is a slow month for me. So, yeah.
This is it.
Ah, it's double. Right. Should have recognized that animation. Really? It's so rude.
It'll take more than that.
Okay. Scattergun did not disappoint. It's not free BG3 though. That was the main subject. Went on FunCon party. It was 80% of my convo that was there. I mean, you work in the games industry. It's the biggest thing everyone's talking about. That shouldn't surprise me. That shouldn't surprise me. Yeah, it's just one of those everyone's talking about it type things.
Outsiders, get up!
I saw a funny, or I guess I listened to, it was a funny compilation of just stream highlights from the narrator of BG3, who's just a hilarious person.
Gonna put a bullet in
It's just funny hearing the very like epic narrator voice dicking around. She's very funny. Astarian VA recording some unhinged clips. Astarian, it's just like the VA having a good time. It's great. Also the VA for the girlfriend of Shadowheart's VA simping for Shadowheart more than her girlfriend.
Look alive! Intruder! Death
They already played the key character in DOS 2 as well. I didn't know that. Actually, I think I did know that. I saw that in the Twitter bio. This is some good damage. Like, part of me still misses Void Idol for the functional infinite ammo. Like, this is pretty good. Just the novelty of having Enigma bleed things is entertaining. If this weapon doesn't have enough W's.
Maybe I should check out that castle.
Maybe I should check out that castle. I'm down to fight Red Prince. I guess I'll sit. I do kind of want to try running Invader over Gunslinger for this. I know it's going to be less optimal in basically every way that matters.
You're pretty.
But Wormhole.
Yeah.
Wormhole is fun.
I don't trust this place.
First Red Prince fight earlier. Once you learn it seems alright. Probably not a bow fight though. You could definitely make it a bow fight. Because he's got a pretty available weak spot. Yeah, the thing about Red Prince is just he doesn't do much damage. So like you don't really get punished for getting hit. It is one of those very tankable fights. Like you can let him curse you and then run the ring that gives you lifesteal for each status that's applied to you, and then just out heal his damage. It's pretty funny. Spiteful Vicious? Ah, yeah, probably off the table then. Got Ring of Flawed Beauty from Cast, looks good on paper for bosses, easier crit spots. Yeah, it's probably awesome for, like, Annihilation. Ring of Flawed Beauty, Xania's Malice, probably makes that fight, very comfy. Simply click weak spot and win. Good for Mother Mind, too, of course. Corruptor. Those kind of fights. I'm gonna drop healing effectiveness and grab something specific I want up here. I already forgot what it was. What was it? Ah, skill duration. Ouchies. Reminds me to change my melee weapon back. Good thing about skill duration for Rampage is it sort of like double dips the value. Because you get the extra duration on the effect, and then you get the extra duration on Berserk. Enigma ticking this hard is kind of wild. Berserk is so good. Okay, Red Prince time. I don't have the best kit for this. Like, Enigma's not gonna help at all. I guess swap out Targeting Jewel for something more relevant. I could do Stone of Continuance, just all in on that duration. Am I gonna weak spot him? Because if not, then I can just Gambler. I could go back to Devouring Loop. Or Devoured Loop, excuse me. Now that I'm using Scattergun. Let's see how that plays out. This goes on my bar. There. So who's going to do a pellet count on each of the shotguns? Anyone volunteering? Thank you for testing. Thanks, Priz. Wow, two kinds of people.
No, it is my another. If you I will not suffer the mockery of thieves.
You have thick skin and Ellie resist? Are you just contractually an asshole, or like, is this a style choice?
Without profit, enemy to me. Let this hell go with your wretched.
Worst time I could have gone Berserk, but okay.
I cannot be killed so easily.
deserve that.
Knights, we have an enemy in our midst.
There you are.
We have an enemy in our midst. The penalty for thieves is the flame.
I believe in Rat. I always assume you DM'd him already. No, it's your job. All right, let's do that real quick. Riz says you should test an individual. I can spell shotgun pellet counts. Cool. Knew that was coming. How could you not? Because that could affect the value of bandit on certain weapons. Because, like, what are all the shotgun type weapons? Spore Bloom, Scattergun, Repulsor. I think Coach Gun's a slug, but like we'll include it. Bulldog, Rupture Cannon, Double Barrel.
And what was I supposed to do, eh?
A lot. Active so many ambushes, decide to give Monk 10 perception. There was an ambush that I knew was coming, but I failed the perception check, so I just cast Spirit Guardians and walked in anyway, and they all died on it. Rare Cleric W. The crows, that and the tree one. They didn't all die immediately on the tree one, but like a bunch of them had their concentration broken by standing in Spirit Guardians, which was funny. Also, invisible shadows just breaking their own stealth by walking into Spirit Guardians will never not be the greatest thing ever. For anyone who has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, Cleric kind of sucks in BG3, except for one spell. And the fact that in Act 2 you have advantage on basically every conversation check if you're a Cleric. Kind of interesting.
What did I see? What did I say?
Like, I can count on one hand the number of dialogue checks I have not had advantage on for being a Cleric. Tempest Domain Cleric is solid? Yeah, Tempest Domain is pretty good.
No matter.
You get to say what you're a Cleric of? Yes. You get to pick your deity and your domain.
Sculpture. Yes, well, I
W for respec Shadowheart as light domain as soon as you can. Yeah, respecing out of trickery is just correct. Trickery domain actively sucks ass. It's kind of sad. But like Tempest is really good, Life is good, Light seems okay. War is cool. I think Tempest is just better than War, but War is cool. First clear on Remnant 2 last night, that end boss is something. Yeah, Wookie. I really like the end boss. I really like it. It's intensely satisfying. Nature's good utility early, not sure how their save DCs do late game. Probably not great. Honestly, some aspects of Tempest do fall off later on as well. Like, Call Lightning being a dex save is relevant, because anything that has monk or rogue features, it likely just decides to take no damage. But that's why you have a dedicated party member that just has water in their bag at all times. You just throw water at everything. Generator drain. Okay. I had a thought. Does holy water, like, also have the properties of regular water? I haven't found that many sources of holy water in the game, but, like, does it also make things wet? It'd be weird if it didn't, but I figured I'd ask. Can create water memes. This is warning too, by the way. Understandable. Scattergun stuff, yes. Yeah, Wookie, would you think of the fight like the moment the Annihilation fight clicked for you? I always like to ask people about that. deserve that. Insanely greedy. Immediate devoured loot proc, huge. Let me not kill myself with Enigma. Actually might. What are you doing? You are spawning us. Wasn't sure you would. I'm gonna wait. Hey, Moo. Oh, yeah, I deserve that. Waiter sits me behind them. It turns her head like a fucking owl. Just staring at you. Like, existing while black, how dare you? Have you learned your lesson? Hey, this man, how you doing? Hey, Sora, hope you're well. Imagine you're really pronouncing the H. What? Mutator having scattergun? Bandit should be, right? Yeah, bandit. Once I get past the first phase, losing no heals, can use slight delayed attacks. Second phase is just dodge, shoot, and pray. Yeah, it's one of those. Once you can, I always say once you can get through like the first 10 seconds of phase 2, then you got it. Convenient. Insane greed on my part. Now a lot of fun with Invader, Wormhole, and Shotties. Yeah, it's such a fun combo. I just straight up didn't press dodge there. No excuses. Just lack of skill. stairs. Hey, Nunu. How are you? I like the setup. A lot of damage.
Holy hell.
Visiting your country, then food, drink, really try.
Oh yeah.
We don't really have any, like, national things other than obesity from processed food. You're gonna be in Seattle area, so coastal city. Try some chowder. Try some chowder. Or whatever, pizza's a regional specialty. That too. That's a good point. Local build definitely different. Yeah, it's one of those things. I really just try to avoid playing Hunter Gunslinger at all costs because it's just not a way I would enjoy playing the game. But doing everything like adjacent to that has been cool. Alright, some mom and pop diners. I haven't been to a good diner in 5 years. Yeah, 5 years. Oh yeah, I was gonna test out, see what it gets affected by resonance. Let's see. Certain builds like Hugs and Medic Summon are just a little boring at this point. Yeah, Hypo, for sure. You like Gunslinger? I like Gunslinger. I'm playing Gunslinger. I like Hunter. Combining them trivializes the game, and not only does it trivialize the game, it does it in a completely uninteresting way. Like, you can boil down any shooter to click, weak spot, big damage, thing, die with gun. If I was to reduce this game to that, I would just get so bored. And Hunter Gunslinger is way overtuned. For the amount of damage you can make things do. Like, let's put something in context. Seeing the rare, like, over 200 tick with this gun is super noteworthy. Hunter Gunslinger can make guns like Scattergun or Spore Bloom. You can hit 10,000 plus just clicking weak spot. It's in a different league. Like, if you can reduce a boss to a single-digit second fight, you're not playing as much objectively. Like, there could be some satisfaction in doing that, the flex in doing that as well, but, like, it ceases to be interesting for me at that point. So I try to play stuff that, by most metrics, you would consider weaker, because there's more stuff in play. And the other thing Hypo mentioned with Medic Summoner is it's just like, you're removing the concept of you having a health bar from the game. That's not really interesting anymore. In my opinion, anyway. This is 15 meters. Resonance does not increase that. I would have thought it would. Interesting. I'm playing Hunter Engineer with Crescent Moon, have an absolute blast. Double barrel secondary. Double barrel goes so hard. I quite enjoy double barrel. I don't often have opportunity to use it because I'm usually using some kind of boss weapon in secondary slot, be it Enigma or Starshot or Meridian or Nebula. It's usually one of those. But when I'm not, double barrel is one of the go-tos. Absolutely. Maybe I can get away without Glutton. Just run Barkskin. I'll just make it so I don't have to heal. That'll be fine, right? Well, Flashcaster would be pretty good. Kind of like Flashcaster. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, right? So satisfying to get those one-shots. Still challenging and swarmed. Right. I know to nerf hugs without, doing stupid people off. You change Gunslinger to keep all their buffs, etc. As long as they're within 20 meters of their dog. They get a dog. They all seem to like handlers, so give them it. Based. Hey, Felicia, how you doing? We as Americans feel ashamed that people ask what kind of food to try when they're here, and it's all fast food or fast food adjacent. I mean, I don't know if ashamed would be the right word, but like a more positive tilt to that is, hey, melting pot cuisine culture, so kind of you can get a little bit of everything as long as it's not. I mean, there's a lot of cultural stuff that isn't really relevant. Not everything. Yeah. I definitely see it as more negative. Like, if you're big into trying cool food and different things, stuff that's... I don't know if exotic's the right word. It's got a bit of a negative connotation. You get what I'm saying. Then American food culture doesn't really do anything for you. Any food in the world might not be authentic, but right. Authenticity is definitely a factor there. Wouldn't recommend barbecue from up north. There's a couple good copycat places up north. You definitely are much more likely to get good barbecue in the southern U.S. I guess that'd be one of the things I would say to anyone who's not from the US who visits. If you happen to be like south, get some barbecue. There's decent barbecue places outside of the south, but like it's native to there. If you're in like the northeast, get some pizza. If you're in the Midwest, they will try to tell you that soup with bread at the bottom is pizza. Don't listen to them. It's biased, don't listen. The fact that you know exactly what I'm talking about shows that I'm morally correct. I have the high ground. It's over, Jay Bridgican. Country's large enough, there's regional signature food. Seattle has a lot of interesting fusion food because of the population makeup. Yeah. Melting pot culture is good. I went to Europe, they suggested so many types of food, and I couldn't have any of it. Can't have gluten, cheese, or eggs. Everything the place I went to is known specifically for breads, pastries, or cheesy or eggy dishes. Yeah, it seems really difficult in some parts of the world if you have food allergies or food sensitivities. like having a nut allergy puts some entire types of food just off the table. And there's gluten, and there's eggs, and there's dairy. Shellfish allergy is pretty bad for some types of food. Every country has their own cheese. Yeah, we have plastic slices that are labeled as cheese. It's very on brand if you think about it. Gamescom, we had all kinds of food except German food. Yeah. People like to have access to stuff that's like not the standard for their area, I suppose. But then tourists want the standard for that area, so like it has to still have a presence. Interesting. Our food really does have plastics in it. Everything has plastic in it here. America. It's people of plastic. See that, they found microplastics in breast milk. We're one generation away from Reed Richards. Mr. Fantastic, but like with a different origin story. It's gonna be great. Microplastics in semen. Are you asking me to test? You hitting on me, Nunu? Better be. Am I not? Okay. Apoc playthrough completed. Let's go. Congrats, Rain. Any final thoughts? What gave you the most trouble? New Mr. Fantastic Origins lived a normal life. Regular person. Yep. I live in Wisconsin where regional cuisine is Germany light and still want to try brats and shit in Germany. Oh yeah, I totally would too. Like, even if I went to the Midwest US where I was just shitting on their concept of pizza, like, I'm gonna have the hot dogs, though. They are correct in how to do hot dogs. Just horribly wrong when it comes to pizza. Can't win them all. Just assumed everyone has barbecue lays. Yeah, maybe some degree of it, Mugro, is we don't know what is, like, exclusive to here, I guess. First American snack I had was string cheese. Turns out you're not supposed to bite it. I bite it. Like, you get more satisfying chunks that way. Like, why would I want to turn my chunk of cheese into awkward pieces of shredded cheese that don't really have any, like, weight, that you're not really, like, no. Get me a chunk of cheese to bite. Or like digging my nails food. Exactly, exactly. Just it just gets all over the place. It's not satisfying. Yeah, you bite it. See, you're among your people, Felicia. We got you. Blaze is a different brand in Europe. Interesting. Heal. Love you anyway. We can overcome this if we put in the work. I roasted in school. Bitches roast and don't wash their hands. That's so relatable. Not the not washing the hands part, the being roasted by people who do things like that part. So weird to me that you can make these robots bleed. Like, if a robot can bleed, why can't a tire bleed? Get it, tires probably don't have oil in them, but just put oil in them anyway. Phelan with Hardy and Ellie Resist was a hurdle. I think that one took me the longest, and the meatballs do an unnecessary amount of damage. Yeah, agreed on both counts. Getting any kind of defensive modifiers on Phelan is extra awful, because that third phase, you have such little uptime on him that the defensive increases make it take so much longer. I would rather have, like, Spiteful Vicious on Phelan.
Okay.
Tires can bleed air. I'm down. We call the leaks bleed. They do. Third phase is crazy. It's the thing that makes it crazy to me is how you just have no uptime. Like, he'll go immune for 10 seconds and then will be damageable for 2. You just don't have a lot of agency. I don't love that. Rocks should bleed if robots can bleed. I mean, we can certainly try to bleed a rock. What if he tries on Nightmare with Hardy and Empathy? Oh, yeah, yeah. Anything that extends the fight makes that a lot more difficult. Just bleed smaller pieces of rock. I love it here, by the way. Let me climb this. Oh, okay. Understandable. Tires only bleed air if they're full of air. Yeah, people only bleed blood if they're full of blood. That checks out. Bigger rock. The rock just makes more rocks like it's a worm. Like, we're gonna get into the superhero superpower logic here. Like, in some stories, characters that can regenerate, like Wolverine and Deadpool, right? Like, what they regenerate from is inconsistent. Like, they can regenerate from a blood cell, independently of the main body. But, like, there can only be one of them, usually. So, that means bleeding makes another them, by that logic. So, like, how is that different from a rock making another rock, you know? So I think, by that logic, rocks bleed. Ship of Theseus. Oh no, we're back there again. Why does it always end up there?
Here they come.
Shit. Isn't lava technically rock blood? I thought lava was just melted rock. It's just also rock, but it's rock that's just jiggling a little bit. Still think Ant-Man should have crawled in Thanos' ass. I agree. Acidity vibes. Holy shit, stomach, you okay? New player, are archetypes unique to the class, or when unlocked, you start new with any of them? So, once you unlock an archetype, you gain the ability to create a new character as that archetype. And any archetypes you've ever unlocked can be purchased from Wallace. Instead of you having to go through the unlock process again, you can just purchase them from Wallace. Now, you still have the option to get them through the unlock process, but you don't really have a reason to do so anymore. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Also didn't help as pretty heavy elemental focus for damage, non-elemental focus didn't have a lot of better options. I ran into that problem on Venom, Rain, on my first Apoc playthrough. I was doing mostly elemental stuff, you know, corrosive rounds, fire dots, that stuff. So then Venom having Ellie resist was like, oh, okay.
What happened here? Here they come.
Need to do this. You're gonna bleed with Enigma. I have Twisted Wounds in my mutator slot. Now Enigma has negative crit chance, so you do need some amount of crit chance investment to be able to crit with it to trigger the bleed. I'm opting to have the crit chance fragment here, which cancels out Enigma's negative crit and puts you to 0. And then having up to 10 on Challenger, which you will have because Enigma's close range anyway. And then you get 5 from Gunslinger. And then I have 20 from Nightweaver's Grudge. Just occurred to me I'm running Sindering and no fire. I should change that out. I like that fire here. Just don't really have the room. Busy.
for now.
We find twisted wounds. I don't actually remember. Let me check the spreadsheet. Be good info to memorize. Indicators, twisting wounds. It's the aberration, rhyme crawler. So butcher's quarter or cotton's kiln are the maps it can be. Guess I can put targeting tool back on. Just increased damage targets already bleeding and applies bleed as well. Yeah. If you yeah. Equal amount of combat. And once you get it to 10, weak spot and crits will apply bleed. Maybe I don't want this much accuracy on second thought. I want a little more wiggle room. It's too precise. I haven't leveled at all. New thing to do. Yeah. I gotta finish out the rest of my mutators. It takes so long to level them all up. Getting all the corrupted luminite is... Unless you play full-time explorer, it takes a while. Yeah, like this man said, Wookiee, it's a side enemy. It's something you are not gonna find just going through the map normally. A couple of the aberrations are pretty well hidden. Or the waiters ask the customers, or water tastes good. Water does have different tastes. Like, it sounds like a shitpost, but no. There's foul taste in water, there's good taste in water. It's a thing. Restaurant water is always the same. Depends on where the restaurant is. Because, like, it's tap water, right? But, like, some places have awful tap water. What a great moments, though. I'm sure I like to keep clips. Favorite is the animation for placing a heavy weapon down and saving me from getting hit by Venom's spear. That's awesome. Kind of reminds me of the final boss of Elden Ring has an attack that can't hit you if you sit down. Like, not crouching. If you just use the emote to sit down, it can't hit you anymore. Ow. Okay, spiteful definitely matters here. Holy shit, dude. I've been gamered. Did not time that well at all. Oh, wow. Ouch. You do so much damage. Holy shit, man. Please die. Thank you. Nerfed, by the way. Rise of Charge didn't just kill, honestly. Me too. I expected to die there. I deserved to. I didn't respect that attack nearly enough. Because I have to shit. That's the most relatable thing you've said all day, Moo. That's so based. Everyone always thinks it. Thank you for saying it. People understood the urgency.
Okay, now that looks important.
When you gotta do adulty shit, but you also need to shit, the world would be a better place. Respect other people's need to shit. It's my bottom line here. That'll be the theme of today's stream. Sit for the ammo. Like, Nightweaver's Grudge's cool for the crits for enabling Enigma to apply bleed, but like, other than that, I would really rather have a different amulet. You know, that thing got nerfed. This is my friend's very first boss, and I'd regen. We were there forever. Would have been pre-nerf. Yeah. It was the first boss for a lot of people. So before the armor plates were making it tankier than they were supposed to. So it was tankier, and then like Spiteful and Vicious were bigger before as well. Enemy co-op damage scaling was bigger. Like, everything about it was worse back then. So, yeah. Even now, it's still one of the harder hitting enemies. My first boss took a while. I got it. I can do it mostly free advantage as long as I use Wormhole. If you damage race it like that, you don't have to deal with the flying phase for too long. And that can be nice. But as usual, Wormhole lets you just nope out of difficult to dodge attacks. Common Invader W. having the fitness trait, I feel, helps for that boss instead of being barely level 4 trying to kill it. It's not so bad now. Fitness can help. It's one of those things. There's almost nothing in the game that fitness will be the deciding factor between you dodging and not dodging. But there are some situations where it can create a bigger window, letting you, like, get an extra retaliatory shot off or something. Or in some cases it can make you, like, if there's an attack you're supposed to dodge 3 times to dodge, maybe you can get away with 2. And that can be big. Feel the scattergun setup, the gunslingers needed one pairing to go with Invader. Gunslinger's really nice for Bullet Storm because it eliminates the reloading issue. You also get a lot more ammo from this, but obviously you're using Void Idol, so you're good on ammo. I feel like you could maybe get away with Invader. Fuck it. We'll try it out. I already hate what happened to my ammo. Hang on. It's more about Invader Gunslinger than Challenger Invader. Invader Gunslinger. Invader Gunslinger works well. I'm really liking Challenger for Rampage, but if you're not super duper into Rampage, yeah, you could swap that out. Basically, the way it works out is Invader gives you short uptime on very big bonus, whereas Challenger gives you long uptime on somewhat big bonus. Like, Berserk gives you 50% range damage, 40% reload speed, 30% fire rate, and 20% movement speed while it's active. And that's 17 seconds of that. And that's after having 11.5 seconds of Rampage slowly stacking up, where you have the bonuses up top there, and then the range damage is stacking up each stack you get. So Challenger can just spend long periods of time being very good at using guns. Gunslinger just buffs your baseline while giving you nice things, and Bullet Storm is another I'm good at guns type skill. You could do something like Sidewinder, Wormhole, like Wormhole shoot, Wormhole switch, shoot the other gun. That's probably a fun playstyle. I kind of worry about the baseline if you're... No, it'll be fine, because, like, Gunslinger's just going to be good at the end of the day. Short answer is, yeah, it'll be fine, Viper. It'll be fine. It's not a combo I gravitate towards, but it'll be fine. Already kind of peaky with Wormhole, so maybe just buffing the baseline's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Running Gunslinger Handler with quick draw and max skill cooldown. Bleed sub-theme is pretty fun. Why Handler? Because the dog can bleed. I assume that's why Hypo mentioned bleed. Yeah. Wormhole's also great with Stargazer and Black Pawn. Stargazer the health drain one, or... No, that's Warlock, right? The dog's not a tire or rock, then yes. Skill cooldowns cost them all. Oh, that is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, yeah. I like that one conceptually. I think it's pretty rad. Like I've always wanted to mess around with that on medic, because if you make your skill cost some health and then you're healing yourself, you're getting progress towards your prime perk. So it makes some sense. Running handler and Vader too. You won't catch me using handler. I mean, someone's gonna clip that and then use that when I'm using handler for content. But yeah, like it's something you definitely can do. It is a class that exists. Oh, I'm in heavy roll. I changed off challenge. No, I didn't. I'm not in heavy roll. Why am I getting hit more? What was the difference? What did I lose? I lost some movement speed. Right. I feel like with handler, you want to be making use of 30% skill damage. It's the main draw IMO. Yeah, my problem with that is like this class exists. It's 35.
Here they come.
But I know you know that. I just like the dog. Based. Dogs are pretty great. Sure is in the top 11 classes. Handler exists for challenge runs, I guess. Self-imposed limitations. I mean, it exists for dog fans, and the cheat death is on a shorter cooldown than most other methods of having a cheat death. That alone is there's been enough people who've sounded off about that in chat where they've seen that as the appeal, and yeah, sure, the cheat death is a shorter cooldown than most other ones. I don't think it's worth the opportunity cost personally, but that is one of the very few things handler does better than other classes. Holy shit, stomach. Rain? That's a video game sentence. Means in the game. In the game.
Okay, this is it.
Right? Unlocking kinship for when I do change classes. Yeah, kinship is good because you don't have to be a handler for it. The primary gun you're using? It's on Yesha. You get the Seal of the Empress from doing the Red Throne version of Yesha in a particular manner. then there's a spot you can stand in the red throne that'll open up the floor, and then this shotgun will be there. Alternatively, if you start the game as an explorer, you're given it in your starting kit. How do Borderlands players cope when they can't die for... When turrets and dog summon, last I checked, both of them can't benefit from Summoner Prime. Yeah, Summoner Prime is for Summoner pets. One of the reasons why why Summoner Medic is just such a good combo. It's why run that when you could instead just Medic Prime. Ow. Ow. Gives a bonus. Stop it. You know how a good wholesome piece of advice to give to people is just be yourself. That applies to people who are not named Prismatic.
This isn't looking good.
Do I want to fight the aberration while I'm here? This is just a side dungeon, right? Yeah, I don't need to be here. I don't know why I came in the first place. Yeah, Invader's awkward. Like, Wormhole is great burst damage. It's just... I don't feel like that's worth it over having good baseline. I'd rather use Wormhole defensively. But that's just me. Game Master's ring runs, my friends. That's hilarious. That sound funny. I'm trying to mentally justify a way of using Handler on this, and it's like, I get range damage, I guess. Can't justify it. Can't do it. I tried. Give the dog gun to shoot things it can't reach, and I'll love it. Yeah, yeah, mount a gun on the dog's back and it'll get so much better. Using wormhole only offensively or only defensively probably isn't great, but both pretty great. Yeah, the thing with that is only 2 charges. Now I'm using devoured loop, so I'll have better wormhole uptime than a lot of setups. On average at least. So it's still not really a deal breaker, but being able to do this is very nice. Should have clarified more of today work. Almost guillotined 2 of my fingers. Dog fast reflexes made me jerk my hand deeper in contraption full metal folding chair and cut my knuckles with a bone. That doesn't sound fun, Sora. Why are you wide people happying that? I mean, I guess maybe happy to still have all of your hand toes.
All right, let's do this.
But like Monka. Sora's thing is just underreacting to serious injury, I've noticed over the years. What's the build today? I'm messing around with scattergun stuff, Rolo, and also getting value out of an eye crystal, because this one is a fresh multiplier damage formula wise, so it is really impactful. I wanted to get Singed Ring into this, but I'm too down bad for corrosive rounds. I need a better way of applying fire. I'm constantly at death's door, great injury risk due to me being a dumbass, just average human things. It's very relatable, Rain. I'm a clumsy person who is very ADHD at times. So yeah, I've done things like space out next to a departing train. It's not exactly great for your health. What else have I done? Broke my finger in a car door. That was fun. Part of the reason I don't cook, don't want any part in having to use knives, other part being laziness. I like cooking enough that it's something I can focus while I'm doing, so I don't worry about knives or anything. I'm careful. No remote controller, my left toes got spaced out and dropped a car on it. Ooh. Just dropping a car. Hey, 1337 damage. Just dropping a car. Yeah, that's that'll do some damage. Wow, I really told that elite, no, you can't play the game.
I'm glad that's over.
Taking it out of the jack and didn't have the thing that's supposed to set it up. To catch it set up right? Yeah, yeah, oof. Can't leave the kitchen if I'm cooking and start focusing on something else. Tend to forget there's something on the stove. I've like rituals that I like to do while I cook. I like to listen to music. I like to have a drink. Very basic in that regard. Like a lot of days in the summer, I just like grilling. So I'll go outside. I'll grill just entirely too much food, because I can just vibe out, listen to music, and drinking a beer, and then it's like forward time travel. Time passes very quickly. Very relaxing. Let's disconnect grandma's gas lines type of danger. You're not wrong. Hitting me. Accidentally useful iframes. Yay. I guess that's another reason I like Berserk so much.
Well, at
Frames.
least that's over.
Not a lot of those in this game. Is that back to being non-LE damage? No, that was just weird visual though. Okay. My damage numbers are just sometimes not the correct color today, I'm noticing. wonder why that is. If my Lighting Archon skill had that, it's kind of just death that ends at a bad time. Yeah, yeah. Havoc form is great until it's about to end, and then it's like, oh fuck, am I safe, am I safe, am I safe? Did this before I'm making ramen on the stove, came back to a literal black block because it just burnt and then slid itself into a burnt pot-shaped block. I knew someone who, they made cup ramen without water, and that happened in their microwave. Chef Reg, best emote for me, easy. And they're level 9, almost through with this. You've almost completed your task. You'll be able to return to the promised land of not playing that class. Flip the pint of ice cream out once. I've done that. The only things that handler is handling. You get to have a cute doggo, and that's enough for a lot of people, and that's okay. That gives it a valid reason to exist. And then, yeah, there's the safety net of a very short cooldown cheat death if AI cooperates. Now, I've played enough Flak in Borderlands 3 to not trust that, but not everyone has. That's okay. Started handler in launch stage, shortly made into character. First boss could fly, doggo didn't do anything. Yeah, it's entirely possible for your first boss to be Mother Mind, or Bloat King, or Legion, and like, what does the dog do in those fights? Legion, Mother Mind, Shrewd, and Corruptor. It's not doing it all. Yeah. Annihilation, of course. Reduce team damage as handler. Where's the fun in that? That perk is, or that trait is mostly used when doing mod damage builds. So like it's used by Archon more than handler, right? Like once you get handler to 10, you could just take that and not be a handler, which is the strength of it. One time I got a sandwich from Arby's and I kept forgetting to eat it, so I microwaved it like 6 times, forgetting to eat it each time. It's easy, you don't have to call her out like that. What are you doing? Glow puddles? I've never seen that. That's a thing? I've never seen that. Took 300 hours for me to see that modifier. I had never seen it before.
At least that's over.
My friends just need to play around my woodfire instead of me wasting trait points for that. Understandable. Got walled on a mini boss. Hope no more of them can get this. I've gotten walled. I've gotten that like 2 or 3 times, but that's the first time I've ever gotten that one. They can only pair Naruto, even then it's rare. I'm trying to think what I've gotten it on. I've gotten it, but I don't remember on what. I've gotten it at least twice. I don't remember on what.
This isn't looking good.
Like, for the same reason, it would make sense if, like, Root Grab was a Yeisha only one. Because you don't fight the Root on the Root or Losum. So, maybe Slow Puddle is... Yeah, maybe each of them have an exclusive one like that. I never thought about that. I'll learn the hard way, you can't put aluminum foil in the microwave. I never tested that theory myself. I've not made that mistake personally. I always trusted it as a kid, and as an adult, you know, with seeing other people do it on the internet, I was like, oh, that's what happens. It's okay, Jaybridge, you're among friends. Sister did fall for the if you microwave your spoon, makes the worm just No. Oh no. So the energy wall weapon mod you can use completely memes this fight. Like, it can't hit you if you set that up. Another Ritor cursed clip taught me that one. Like, why can I make the little ones bleed? Hang on, context. But I can't make the big one. Oh, I hit the dodge button way too late. Oh, you have empathy. I should have paid attention to that. Okay, no, it bleeds now. Yeah, I guess I just wasn't getting lucky. Maybe I just didn't. Maybe I only checked in a window where I wasn't getting bleeds. And I was like, why is it not happening? Oh, no. I rolled the wrong way. Skill issue. I got very greedy and it was like, oh, I need to move now. It do just be like that sometimes. I'll pay attention to empathy this time, tell ya what. Nice Devour for proc. Love to see that. Love that for me. No, I forgot about empathy. Again. Wonder what spots great entry wall, pretty greedy mindset. Mindset of why I need to defend myself, just damage them faster. Ah, hey. An MMO DPS only player. I see. I see. plays Trinity MMOs, uses as tank, but is actually DPS. Expects healer to pick up slack. Am I right? Started playing gunfire, and one of the weapons straight up brick you throw. It's considered a sniper rifle. That's amazing. My health bar isn't my issue if there's a healer in the party. If you think about it, Rain, there's two kinds of players. There's DPS and there's people who are lying to themselves. Because tanking is just DPSing in front of the boss, and healing is just DPSing your friends. In reverse. I'm a healer? Yeah, you're healing me from being alive. Removing that condition to the best of your ability. Hi, healer. Piper. Yes, your friend's in reverse. Bonk. Directly to the shadow dimension, J-Bridge. Curious what we fly with heavy melee. Slow. Slow for 2 seconds, but the duration of this gets massively increased by Timekeeper's Jewel. I guess I know how I can apply fire here. Fucking fire bombs. It'll truly be a Retour moment. Is low for melee not infinite like the rest of the sources? It doesn't seem to be. Like Spore Bloom and Misfortune Slow don't seem to be infinite. Now, I could have run into a rare situation where it wasn't doing the normal thing, but when I looked, they weren't infinite. Like Spore Bloom used to be, but then they made it non-infinite. Like Time Wave is infinite. Song is infinite. I think is Stasis Beam still infinite? Think so? Yeah.
For millennia, the Druzir sought answers to a simple question. Are we alone? Nerud was built to answer this question. I was built to care for Nerud.
I suppose Hero Sword is technically a faster way of applying slow from heavy melee, but like World's Edge looks cooler and goes through walls, so and goes through enemies. So I think it's just
record. Massive in scope, purposeful in its composition. It appeared chaotic, but also intelligent in its design.
I hate the Shahala fight.
Rotha warned the Seekers. He guided Nerud to the gates of heaven.
Anything yet about World's Edge going through walls?
to step
Um,
within.
no, but I'd be surprised if they changed it because one, it's an APOC
The
reward, so
Seekers
like
saw in Ellipsis Torah an end to their quest.
a lot of players will never
An
see it.
answer to all their
It has to be
questions.
intended. Yeah, that's my thing as well. There's a bunch of things that go through
Only
walls.
I
Like,
remain.
I think Enigma was always intended to go through walls. It's just they saw how powerful it was, so they needed to take something away from it. So that's one of the things they thought of. But like, there's lots of stuff that goes through walls. Tremor, toxic release valve, World's Edge, Enigma used to. You know, there's a bunch more that I'm not thinking of offhand. Misfortune's definitely infinite. Oh, cool. Yeah, then I must have just been looking at different enemies. Thank you for confirming. At our new patches, just discussing older things. Discussing older things. You can go through walls if you vibrate hard enough. They tried to patch that out.
It is unfortunate we could not meet face to face, but your locality and trajectory are fortuitous.
Elemental resist and vicious. How did you know I hate Shahala game? How did you know? Stupid fucking boss. Oh, that was okay.
This ain't good.
Okay. Zero Clip is still a thing. They said they patched it. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily mean it's gone, but they attempted to fix it. I don't know if they did or not. I hit the dodge button, but alright. Cool. Hate you and your shitty hitbox in Shahala. Cool. 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 Also vaccinated, yeah. This boss is so annoying. Vicious really makes this boss different. I do not like the Shahala fight. I'm not gonna say it's badly designed or anything, I'm just salty. But I don't like this fight. Did I miss? Oh, that just doesn't hit. That's cool. What is the timing on that shit? This is all... No, this is the regular one. The alt one is easier. No one else on the planet seems to agree with me on that. But the alt one is easier. Limit on the amount of objects the projectile can go through was 100. So what you're saying is they could just increase the amount Hero Sword could go through, just... but they chose not to? Interesting. Like, I see the fire in the air there, and it didn't hit it. What do you mean? What are the hitboxes on this boss? They're all fucked. Every kind of hitbox involving Shahala is so fucked. And where Hero Sword is limited, it doesn't go through anything. World's Edge goes through everything, Hero Sword doesn't go through anything. You're just immune to the status from Car Bomb, apparently? Okay. Cool. I guess. Greetings correctly and go through breakable stuff. Yeah, that's accurate. I need to practice just the timing on that attack. Don't like this fight. Why does every version of this target lasing thing have a different timing? Like, why do I need to save Stam for that? Because that might be a fitness moment. Fitness probably lets you get away from that more. And why are you immune to my statuses now? do you mean? I think Shahala is a bad boss fight. So I get to my flight leaving, the more I'm panicking. It do be like that, move. Do be like that. Context I've never flown. Really? Well, that's normal. Travel anxiety is normal, even for people who fly often. Like, why does each version of this purple beam shit have a different timing? Why does the green shit have the worst hitbox known to man? Why, if I actually dodge attacks during this phase, do I not have stam to dodge this? Like, that one's an immediate dodge. Every other version of that attack, you dodge immediately, you die. Oh, I had no stam because I had to dodge the other fucking thing. Ugh, I do not like this boss. I don't want to leave it undone, because if I learn it better now, it'll be less frustrating later. It's just... Yes, I should stop using defrag, or start using defrag. Like, that can't be the way I'm supposed to handle that. That was just bottoming out my stand, which feels fucking bad. Do I fucking walk around here? Oh, I bottomed out my stand. I don't like having to play like I'm doing a different build, too, because turning on my rounds kills my damage. I'd be much more willing to switch of loadouts. Like, I had no stam from the other shit. What do I do there? Walk aggressively to dodge the purple beams? Nope, can't do that. They're still fucking hitting me. Got more putting 5 points in fitness instead of all 10 into endurance. I don't spec endurance ever. I'd be good on Royal Hunter Bow. Whatever the situation calls for. Sometimes that could be a type of rounds. Sometimes that could be Soulbinder. It could be song. Like, it's gonna depend on the situation. No, you're going back there. You are going here. You, this, and over it. I'm just fucking over it. You win, game. I won't play how I want to play. Cool. Having a good time, having a good time. Beat the wins fucking boss. Feel the frustration for you.
hate that that's how you dodge that. Shit. Their attempted bullet hell, I guess. It would work better if the hitboxes were a little more precise, and so, like, there's a lot of audio cue dodging in this fight, but you cannot hear shit over some of the attacks. Like, those hands have audio cues. That's the easiest way of dodging them. You can't hear shit over the laser beams. At all. I didn't hear it even a little bit. Can't afford to spend sand in this phase. Now, time to spend 5 years switching my spec back to what I wanted to play. This is why we need loadouts. And also, elemental resist needs to be deleted from the game. There's no counterplay, it's just not fun. It is simply change items. That Let me try hot shot. Hot shot send shrink. See how that goes. colors. Maybe I do blood ones. Yes. It's a very human looking hand for a Spectral Guardian. Maybe that's just the optimal hand shape. I gotta liquid escape. I'll be right back. I gotta get some of this salt out. Okay, me back. You know, scream at a pillow of holes wall? No, no, no. Walls are hard. I expelled the salt from my body. We're good. We're good. You only sell one of these casts? Wait, I thought you sold a bunch. Really have one. Who sells them normally? Is it Reggie?
Hello again. Holy
That must be one that I sold her a while ago. Huh. Good piss is stress are leaving. Very true. Take a really strong string and put a hole in the wall. Thank you for testing.
Now, if you need supplies,
What
old
can I-
Reggie's you got.
You're not the first act. So long as you head back then, eh?
Almost for all the salt is stored. Everything is stored in one of two places. The balls or a hole in a wall.
Chris?
Anabolic _ quag. Work on Striker, I guess. Oh yeah, there goes all my scrap. Spent a lot on consumables just now. Sold all my Luminite too, because someone's stuffing from cash soon. Go buy it back, can't find them yet. Ooh, thanks for reminding me. I can sell Luminite. I don't need Luminite for anything at this point. So I can just sell that. I don't need Relic Dust or Luminite anymore. I guess I'd still need a tiny bit of Luminite, but like I earned it fast enough. And so all of this, hey, that's a pretty penny. Yeah, I have 500 Luminite. Let me sell off like 300. Here's what I have for airport and treatment. Is it me? 'Cause if so, I'm sorry, I'm not enough. I'm not enough.
We're finished here.
Do the timekeepers.
Greet. Only back. All right.
SpongeBob season 1 of the movie, every Beyonce and Mariah Carey album, Switch, 18 volumes of Berserk manga, Spirited Away, Little Drama Island, BoJack Horseman season 4 to 6, and Kiki's Delivery Service. Switch would be enough for me. Last few years traveling, I listen to music on my phone, and then I play my Switch on like the longer flights where I don't feel like I can sleep. I sleep through the shorter flights. On the longer flights, I play my Switch for like half, and then listen to music and sleep the other half. Five-hour flight? Yeah. How are you at sleeping on vehicles in general, Moo? Because I can fall asleep easy. Any kind of moving vehicle, it's a talent of mine. I can fall asleep in a 2-minute car ride to the grocery store. Easy. I can sleep better in a moving vehicle than I can in my own bed.
Wow.
That helps
What
flights
is
go
this
by faster
place?
a lot. A lot faster. I can't grammar. Me no brain so good. Shahala killed all the brain cells. Like superpowers needed to. That kind of explains everything. I barely have any sense of object permanence. I have no attention span. Like making silly noises for no reason. Not really good at communicating what I want when I'm hungry. I don't usually shit myself, though. Should sleep at 9 p.m. Flight takes off at 6:30 p.m. I always try to fly red eye personally, because not only am I more tired, but also less traffic, less people at the airport, better prices. So like, I'm usually flying somewhere between midnight and 6 a.m. I experience the anxiety, makes sure I'm up with time to spare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anxiety... Travel anxiety is, maybe it's not an everyone deals with the thing, but it's just so there for me that I'm just kind of used to it. Although, this last time that I went on vacation, the travel anxiety was warranted. Fucking delayed flights, broken parts on planes, all that shit. Between meeting Coom's parents, the airport, all of it's bad. It's gonna be great. You'll absolutely stress the fuck out about it. There's nothing I can say to change that. No secret trick to changing that. But, like, you're gonna hit that moment where it's not gonna feel as bad anymore, and then you're just gonna have fun. Regarding the parents thing, He loves you, they will too. It's fine. Meeting parents is easy because nobody understands until they're in that exact situation how similar they are to their own parents. So if you like someone, chances are your parents will too. As like black people, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. But the response to that is like people who have those opinions, you don't actually need to care what they think anyway. So either way, you're winning. Don't know how to handle it? Yes, I've been in that situation before. I mean, you know me. Ben, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh. Thank you, whoever did that. Get the other one. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Mom likes it all that matters. That's really good. Glad that, you have a good relationship with her already. Welcome in Raiders. I'm Quag, I do build stuff. We've been playing some Remnant 2 and decompressing from the salt mine of the last boss I had to fight. But I just toying around with using somewhat unconventional gear and class combinations. It's just, you know, I like tinkering. Or Ghost today, fun as hell. I've never played that game, and I've meant to since it came out. They're making, like, the John Wick director is making a movie out of it, right? Maybe that'll inspire me to play. I was doing damage to the heal button going, I haven't done any of that yet today. But maybe I do some of that. It's so therapeutic. Is it one of those meme builds that shouldn't work but does? Something about that is intensely satisfying to me. Quag, chat, quag. Oh, no.
Figure it out!
Oh, no. You were trying to bury it. I knew. Just dumping those points, huh? I'm here for it. Love it. That truly never gets old. My favorite piece of voice acting of all time. He's just so angry for like no real reason. It's even better in context. Like, genuinely. It's just so sudden. What about Clementine? Okay, that's second place. I think that one is just bad sound mixing. It's easy. I think it's more of that than, like, weirdly placed performance. Like, it's just loud. Get back here, Clementine! The crossover no one knew they wanted. I'll just go to the boss fight. It's fine. I can just hang out right here. Everything I want to quit for this? Yes. Like, I'm not really gonna have uptime on Nightweavers. Whatever. Thick Skin Elemental Resist. Boy, I sure do love when it gives me the exact combo of mods that turns off my build. What if you wanted to play video game, but RNG modifiers being industry standard in difficulty systems and shooters said no? Beat the game out of spite. Understandable. I think that's the correct approach. Way too soon. I might be deaf. Maybe.
That's over.
At the very least, the Legion fight isn't that hard. Yeah,
You ain't so tough.
it's just like,
Yeah,
whatever.
you ain't so bad.
I can afford to brute force the Legion fight without changing to other setup, despite the fact that Ellie Resist just made it take 5 times as long. Like, that fight would have been faster by me not popping my rounds, despite the fact that that would mean 2 of my rings turn off. Actually, 3 of my rings completely lose their value. 4. All 4... 5. Okay, all of my jewelry had no value in that fight. That's great. It was worse than I thought.
All right, come and get some.
Ow. Can you imagine if there was twisted wounds for every element? It'd go so hard. So if he had some guns, yeah, it would be not acceptable balance-wise. But damn if it wouldn't be cool. Like, we definitely don't need an Enigma that can innately apply burn or corrosion. We don't need that. That's not a thing that needs to exist. We also don't need, I don't know, fully automatic guns applying overload and also fire. Yeah. There's lots of things I can think of that we don't need. But it would be funny. Like, perhaps it's a good thing that Meridian and Starshot can't apply corrosion in an AoE. Perhaps. Arbitrary guns applying and benefiting from overload? Yeah. Overload would be the really wonky one. Like, I mentioned burn because Singed Ring. Easy Singed Ring access would make some weapons pretty crazy. Like, currently, to benefit on a lot of setups, you need to, throw fire bombs, which is past the consumable threshold where, you know, people have disposable scrap, which a lot of players have not gotten to that point yet.
Okay, this is it.
But yeah, overload would be the real cursed thing. Bonus elements reminds me I want to play U-Rat build in this game. I haven't tried to do it yet. Mostly because the squish is going to be insane. The Ford scattergun working for long range? Yeah. I took the trait for additional range. Now you get that for free by being a hunter, so of course you'd go that route. But as long as I'm not trying to
Great. More bad news.
completely cross map, it works fine. I can still take pot shots at that range, but as you can see, the damage falls off to the point where I can't really kill those birds consistently. Because of the... I am still opting to have a little bit of spread. Keeping some spread helps you out with your bandit procs. Also gives you a little bit of wiggle room at close range. I definitely prefer Spore Bloom to Ford Scattergun overall as a gun. But this for applying Hotshot isn't terrible. You can fairly easily, through build and setup in this game, get any of the shotguns to just have the starting spread of a sniper rifle. So at that point it's a matter of just getting some effective range. I like making them good for mid-range. I guess I'll Ford Scattergun. Get cards for sale. Hey Ken, how you doing? Ken, the Phantom Liberty hype is so intense that during the last pee break I took, I had an extra like 20 seconds before ad jail was over, so I went and I signed up for that support a creator thing for Phantom Liberty. This Twitch was like, hey, you want to do this? I was like, oh, maybe. See if I get in. I did too? Sick. I hope you get it. I can support the Master Ken, who is the only person I watch play Cyberpunk. I briefly watch Manic Geek play it a little bit. But... yeah. Follow Ken. Does lots of fun stuff. Borderlands, Pokemon, Cyberpunk. You looking for? Not really looking for anything, Ken Boners. I'm just playing the game. I'm messing around with Scattergun and status effect. Trying to see how much I can cook to get that helmet. Get the killing blow on the Red Prince with the Assassin's Dagger. So you need to get the Assassin's Dagger from the Council Chamber quest line, and then not use it to resolve the quest. Instead, bring it to WA, craft it into a usable weapon, and then you need to fight the Red Prince and make sure the very last tick of damage on him is you hitting him with that dagger. It's a little annoying. Professional opinion, should I do a playthrough of Cyberpunk now or wait for 2.0? It's gonna play very differently. So if you've not played before, you could wait. Because they're introducing some stuff that's really gonna shake up the combat systems that I'm really looking forward to.
I was just gonna delete and say English only, but it was one of those. So tempted to do a second playthrough lately, and I'm holding out. I no longer know how many playthroughs I've done. But I'm holding out until Phantom Liberty. Because the core you build your character is gonna change. Got installed for a while, I haven't touched it. So the story behind that for me, fan, is you're probably an ad, Joe. I'll wait to tell the story. But it's a game I've enjoyed since it came out. It's definitely one of those things that a lot of the negativity you heard about it was due to people being like conceptually outraged. Yeah, me too, Ken. I've enjoyed it since launch. It's like people were conceptually outraged more than actually outraged at the game, because what we got was good. Just people heard about bad bugs and were like, oh, and they latched on and never gave it a shot. Like, the game was absolutely overhyped. It was still a good game from day one. Absolutely not what was promised. Like, there was no possible way for them to deliver on the hype for that game. It just was never going to happen. But it was still a good game from the jump. And because gaming discourse on the internet only requires one person to say something is bad, and then everyone else who follows that person will regurgitate it mindlessly till the end of time. Most of the Cyberpunk hate is just people who have never even looked at the game. It's a good game. I enjoy it. I recommend it. And we don't have to talk about how that game coming out at the end of 2020 in the state it did is still better than most 2023 releases. We don't need to talk about that, right? It could be overhyped to hell, it'd still be a good game. Yeah, exactly. I imagine that's going to be Starfield, which is out in a couple of days, and will absolutely not do everything it said it would do. It doesn't need to, because it's still going to be good. It's a Bethesda RPG. It doesn't even need to have, like, any structured content, and people are going to spend tens of thousands of hours in it, just because it is what it is. We'll be playing Starfield on release. I won't be playing it right away either. I got other games I'm binging right now, and Cyberpunk is dominating September for me. Maybe get it for myself as a treat. Black Friday sales or something. Although then I'll be playing like Spider-Man and Alan Wake 2. I'll fit it in the schedule eventually. Probably won't be stream content, probably just be my off-stream game whenever I need one. When I used to go towards furniture and mattresses and stuff, yeah, responsible investment. I've bought a lot of games in 2023 as well, so like I need to slow down on that. Sure, like Remnant has been for stream, so it's justifiable, but Jedi Survivor, bought Diablo, bought Baldur's Gate, none of those are stream content. I regret buying Diablo. It's a shit game. That's a good thing. Armored Core 6 release was smooth. Yeah, yeah. That's a W. Of course, 2023 releases are rough. It's only 2020. Real. That's a cool fight, like, in concept. They give it a badass cutscene, but then its name is, it's just a meme. It's a reference to a Remnant 1 boss. It's literally just that boss in this game. There's a dude who looks exactly like this called Shroud in From the Ashes. For anyone who doesn't understand the references. Like, literally just looks exactly like this. Cutscene can't even name straight. Well, neither can I, but I'd like to think I'm cool sometimes, Darth. Don't burst my bubble. Don't tell me that I'm not. Let me live in my delusion. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, this slow does definitely last forever. They did not set up any of the slow durations correctly in this game, like for any of them. A little weird. That. Wish Repulsor was a little bit better, honestly. You can make it work in some situations, but yeah, I do wish it had a little something. A little something. It's like, I got a really satisfying, Repulsor kill on Kayla's Shadow, a couple streams ago. Bandit, Bulletstorm, and then just good RNG for a few shots. I feel like that's where you can make it shine. But then again, like, I can't in good conscience say that that performance is better than what I would have gotten out of, say, Scattergun with rounds, you know?
ain't so bad, baby!
I'm gonna reference it at every opportunity I get. Hunter Gunslinger is stupid and, you know, can kill that boss in 5 seconds or less. It is balance, but I still enjoy playing out fights. I don't play hugs. Just me, Impact Cannon, and the only engineer skill we're using the heavy weapon instead of a turret. They're all good. Funny you should mention that, Darth. Early on, I was finding myself enjoying Impact Cannon a lot too, and then some others were very adamant that no, Impact Cannon sucks. I'm like, but by what metric? And it was this whole thing. But I think all three of them are good just for different situations. I think in terms of handhelds, using the flamethrower is like the most awkward, but it still has some appeal because you can, like, it's a way of doing fire with your skill slot, which is not common. Better just have the turret do it. I digress. They're all good for something. They're all good for something. I believe the minigun's the highest DPS for handheld. But they're all good in some situation or another. Get that to the dome. Yeah, I deserve that. Run it back. Series of poor choices. So I can't slow this thing? That's sad. World's Edge really just doesn't hit the root nexus. Okay. Good bandage streak. Last shot, that's appropriate.
I'm glad that's over.
Might technically be the high CPS burst, just so much more convenient use. It chunks enemies, tends to get a lot of staggers, never used to handle variants to unlock the cannon, but now I just pull it out to wipe some troubles when it only tends to take a few shots. Yeah, I like it for that use case as well, especially stuff with exposed weak spots where you can just hit the weak spot once, twice, it's dead, move on. Minimal time investment, minimal ammo spent. Yeah, like, I like it for those reasons too.
They come.
What the heck are you? Oh no, that's a quarter. I didn't realize that was a corner. Fuel issue. Remnant doing the I have no sense of time thing again. It's already been over 4 hours. Fucking love this game. Yeah, the combo of these two rings definitely just injects a lot of damage into any build that can leave a couple of statuses. Always start using that on the mod build, because then I can run Detonation Trigger with Starshot or Meridian, get fire that way. Like Corrosive runs the other slot. Need an epic audio for Shrimp. Ooh. Oh yeah. I'm making that a thing. Yep. After stream today, I'm gonna set that up. Thank you, Puppy. Oh, I'm so excited. Once more. Once more. Like, I want to make it clear, I don't think it's a bad performance or anything. I think in context, it's certainly emotional and stuff from the perspective of the characters and all that. But something about it is just fucking funny. I don't make the rules. It's just funny. We'll actually fight Ravager because I haven't done that in a minute.
Sweet. Clementine emotional. Real footage. 911 called. I want to see, like, surprising twists in video games made into, like, YouTube clickbait. Like, Clementine deletes reality, and then just the standard, just a bunch of red arrows. Stuff that people unironically post like the first day a game is out to just ruin everyone else's experience, but I want to see it for like old games and stuff that's been out for a while, stuff people don't care about the story, and I think it'd be funny. I unmemorized this solution again.
This looks important.
Wow, Rator actually counted the pellets? Wow, he actually did it. Scattergun is 7, Bulldog is 7, Sawed Off is 7, Spore Bloom is 12, Coach Gun is 1, Repulsor is 7, Rupture Cannon is 11. I'll chase you to the end of Root Earth. I'm shocked that he actually did it. 504034 there. How did I forget that? Thank Rat for testing, right? Actual banger. I see why this song is sacred on this world. Why did it sound like I was having trouble there for a second? Nebula... Imagine Nebula can apply bleed, right? I have corrosion, I think. Yeah, this does. I mean, I could put bleed back on the scattergun, but this will be fine as long as he's not regenerator or empathy. So if those pellet numbers hold up from further testing, then yeah, Spore Bloom Bandit is just 12 chances. That's why it feels so consistent. Coach Gun confirmed slug, but it says it's a slug, so it's fine. No, I'm not trying to join game. Stop it. On a scattergun just launches finish 20 hogs. Oh, a skater gun. I shouldn't have read it that way. A skater gun would be funny. Would you call it the Skater Boy?
very bad time to pop my mod. Wait, Swarm can weak spot? That's crazy. No, that's actually silly. Hang on. Time out. Time out. That's actually silly. Wait, no, that's so scary. Ravager, can you not? I'm busy being terrified of the thing I'm using. I did lay down. You're gonna stop attacking me now? I deserve that. I do so much damage with the elemental build and boss is LA resistant, good grief. A lot of times my rounds are down, but also just very accessible weak spot. Hard to see through the collapsing pillar there. Complete skill issue. Imagine if he didn't have LE resist, the fight would be over. I don't mind ammo box. Bad choices. Learn again. But yeah, if he didn't have LE resist, the fight would just be over. I like the idea of Swarm here for corrosive and whatnot, but like, I think actually, yeah, no, this is still what I should do. Oh, the ammo box animation's so funny. Like, that box is the size of a briefcase, your character just pulls it from random pocket. Something, World Stone Tech. What am I doing? I need to get away from these fucking pillars. Skill issue. Way too early. Mr. Sean, how you doing? Ravager heard you discussing Handler, trying to get justice for doggos. Understandable. Stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid. I was like, what's that animation? Oh, it's the one shot. I walked closer to get a better view. There's a plug made of World Zone they pull stuff from. Yes. I like that explanation. next to the wall. Oh, it's gonna close it. Was it toxic, the ammo box there? I'm just gonna call it efficient use of time. Frames, I guess. Oh, never mind. Unthank you. Oh, that goes through. Okay. I wasn't sure if I could LOS. There we go. Brute forcing Ellie resist bosses. Yay! Makes the game look different. Let's put it that way. Exclamation point, eat plugs. Like spark plugs? Like we splugging? Definitely better ways to get value out of Ionite Crystal. Like toxic release valves, an extra stack, and I get the debuff from corrosive. I think that's worth more than having the crit chance from Nightweaver's Grudge. The problem with that is that puts my crit chance down to a level where Enigma's not gonna consistently apply bleed. Not quite sure how to fix that. I would need more weapon crit chance. Range crit chance elsewhere. I guess playing Hunter over Gunslinger would make that make a little more sense, because then I could just have Hunter's Mark on all the time and boom, crit chance. Slugs the sound they make when you pull them out too fast. I don't think that's inaccurate. Slugs Master Race? No. I mean, for minimizing the amount of the game you have to actually play, yeah, absolutely. But, like, I don't want to play Hugs. I'll play Hunter Challenger. I'll play Gunslinger Challenger. I will not play both. I will not cross-pollinate that. We all know what that does, to the point where it's not interesting. Around that at a later date. But yeah, I'm actually I'm gonna do a normal length stream today for, I don't know, me streaming in general, not a normal length Remnant stream. 4 hours 40. I'm gonna call it here. Thank you so much everyone for hanging out. More Remnant tomorrow. Oh, stuff and things, and I got more stuff I want to test out. There's always more. There's always more to do. Let's see who's live. See where we can go. Pascaroni's on. Say hi to Pascaroni. Well, actually, before I do that, make sure Pascaroni's not ending, because we stream, like, the same schedule. Okay. Yeah, Pascaroni's continuing his first playthrough of Remnant 2. He's taking his time. But if you don't know the guy, one of the nicest, most personable people you'll meet on the internet. Loves food, loves his community, just good dude in general. Pleasure to converse with. But you'll enjoy the vibes over there. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Let me actually copy the raid message so I can do it. Okay, now bye.